The Sulas. The Su.
All right, you ready?
Okay, everyone, we call to order the committee of the whole board meeting at 6:30 PM in the boardroom of Oak Park and River Forest High School. Please call the roll.
Mr. Brisbane,
Here.
Dr. Odell,
Here.
Mr. Arkin,
Here.
Mr. Gertz,
Here.
Dr. Livingston,
Here.
Mr. Grandhorst,
Here.
Ms. Williams-Lee.
Here. I move to enter closed session for the purpose of discussing the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the district or legal counsel for the district and independent contractors and specific volunteers, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee or against legal counsel for the district to determine its validity. However, a meeting to consider an increase in compensation to a specific employee of a public body that is subject to the Local Government Wage and Transparency Act may not be closed and shall be open to the public and posted and held in accordance with this act. Collective negotiating matters between the district and its employees or their representatives or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees, litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of a particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when a public body finds that an action is probable or imminent, in which case the basis for the finding shall be recorded and entered into the minutes of a closed meeting. And self-evaluation, practices and procedures, or professional ethics when meeting with a representative of a statewide association of which the public body is a member. Madam Secretary.
Second.
Please call the roll.
Dr. Odell,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
Yes.
Mr. Gertz,
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane,
Yes.
Mr. Grandhorst,
Yes.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
and Ms. Williams-Lee.
Yes. Before we get started, I do want to introduce our student delegate, Bella Crow, who's filling in tonight. Neither of our seniors could be here. Bella's a junior, and we're going to have you at the table, Bella. So, so to get our agenda started, we will start with public comments. Ms. Evans, do we have any public comments?
I'm sorry, we have no public comments in person. We do have one via Zoom, and one to be read into the minutes.
Okay. Before the comment that we will have via Zoom, just as a reminder to please limit public comments concerning concerning matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education to 3 minutes. And this section is not intended to be a dialogue with the Board of Education, and the response time for any questions will be up to 2 weeks. So who's our speaker?
So our first speaker tonight is Ms. Bercy Hines.
Ms. Hines, welcome virtually.
Hello? Can you hear me?
We can, but you're echoing.
What did you say?
Oh,
Hold on.
okay. Try again next time.
Ms. Hines?
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Okay, can you hear me? I guess not. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me?
That's better.
Huh?
Ms. Hines, are you ready to speak?
Yes, I can't seem to get my audio to work. You can't hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you loud and clear whenever you're
Huh?
ready. We can hear you loud and clear whenever you're ready.
Oh, okay. Good evening. My name is Bercy Hines. I live in Oak Park. I live on Fair Oaks. I have a son who attended Oak Park, who was employed by Oak Park. I just want to say a few words. I am a little concerned about the freshman all honors curriculum that we launched in 2022. I'm also a member of SEED and consultant for Apple. For this all honors curriculum, I supported this to ensure that black students, black children, would have the experience in the rigorous classes. And as expected, many black children have benefited from this program. You get a lot of accolades for the mere fact that the school has this program. I'm a little concerned that although you want to expand this program, it seems like you also want to cut teachers or employees that the students could benefit from. I'm a little concerned about that. I saw in your documents that you were going to do something with the staff or not hire any more teachers or let teachers go. I'm concerned. Now, our black students, we need support. They lack some skills, but they're willing to learn. So I'm going to conclude because I know my minutes are up. I hope that this does not impact the African American student or the African American families. Our communities are concerned about this. We see that we're doing a lot of building and construction, and we hope that if you do get some extra funds, or if you are going to let staff go, that this money will not be used for the construction of the different areas in the school. I'm also concerned that this program, we have been going on for 30 years trying to get some stability for the African American students. And when we finally did that, maybe in 2022, we all applauded this event. It was an event because everybody was on board. All the school members were on board. And I hope you are on board, this current school board, and take us seriously and help hire more teachers to assist the students in the honor classes, to assist the parents. And I have talked to superintendent, many other staff members, and they are on board with getting more teachers instead of getting rid of teachers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hines.
Thank you, Ms. Hines. President Williams, Mr. Duffy also submitted some written, a written comment, but he is online for public comments. Can you modify and switch it up?
Absolutely.
Okay. Mr. Duffy, if you want to unmute, please.
So you're not calling me on the phone? I'm right online right now?
Listen, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Well, thank you so much. I've never done this before. I'd rather be there, but I'm convalescing from a hip replacement. So I was advised not to trek up to the school. So I'm John Duffy. I've been an advocate and an ally of our teachers and our administration for many, many years. And I want to thank the board for providing the time for discussion of the equity advisory structure. We believe, and I'm speaking for C also and our allies, that a thoughtful engagement of community members can advance the racial equity priority that you've placed at the head of the current strategic plan. We've provided a letter document that Ms. Evans has explaining how that would work in best practice, reminding everyone it's not a substitute for board policy, a substitute for board authority, or a repositioning or setting on side the authority and the power and the insights of our superintendent, his team, or our teachers. It's in the spirit of state law, which we cited, and in the spirit of what we've done in the past in the district. I just want to remind everybody, because some of you weren't there from 2016 to 22. I want to say that Fred Arkin was there, and he knows when collaboration that's done well takes place, good things happen. For 6 years, the district under first Superintendent Pruitt-Adams and then Superintendent Johnson collaborated openly and vigorously with the community in committee structures to set up the racial equity policy, in a committee structure under LeVar Ammons, our first director of equity and student success, to set up the procedures and goals. And then I also want to bring some praise to Dr. Johnson. One of his first big projects was, in fact, to dig in with a serious inquiry with our teachers and the theory and the research behind, the program that was being proposed by the community. He did a stellar job. I was honored to sit in on most of those meetings as an expert. I don't throw this around, but I have a doctorate, and it's in history of curriculum and curriculum theory. I do bring something to the table, having taught almost 49 years. So I'm going to throw a little praise to myself. I also want to make two last points here. Those type of structures work when they're entered into with good faith and the best intentions. We have a record to show that. And when those things don't happen, we've got a record that's more disappointing. I want to make two last points real quickly, and they're very important. I want to make sure that Dr. Johnson and his team knows that we honor and praise the work he's done, because we don't want that to be lost in moments when we seem to be in conflict. Good relationships are based on feedback. They're also based on being honest to what's been accomplished. Sometimes the feedback is tough for us and for other people. And lastly, I hope you receive that in good faith, Dr. Johnson. Lastly, I want to say we're going to send you an elaborated description of the many people who are in the room on September 25th. They're still in the community, they're still here, and they're looking to see what happens.
Mr. Duffy, please wrap up.
Right now, ma'am, some people think that we're some outlier group, that we don't represent anybody, that we can be dismissed as just agitators. That is so off base. And I'm not pointing fingers, but that has gone around, that perception. There was people, and I'm going to explain to people who don't know who those people.
Mr. Duffy,
Yep,
you need to wrap.
I'm wrapping. I want to make that last point clear. Don't dismiss people who step forward as being outliers.
Thank you.
And thanks again for moving this discussion forward in the way you've had. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. We do have one more. We have Mr. Jim Schwartz.
Hello, can you
hear me?
hear me?
Yes. No,
All right. All right. As you said, my name is Jim Schwartz. I'm an Oak Park community member, and I'm also part of the Committee for Equity and Excellence in Education. We've worked with the District 200 board for more than a decade to advocate for racial equity, and we recently continued that effort by proposing a new standing board committee composed of students, family members, school staff, and board members to uphold equity in OPRF's curriculum instruction and assessment. We've spoken with many of you board and administration members, both individually and collectively, to advocate for this committee. We thank you for your time and for your willingness to stay in dialogue with us. Our proposed committee, a Learning Equity Advisory Group or committee or whatever name we choose to apply, is intended to facilitate community engagement and participation in decision-making. It would build critical collaborative processes that would enhance but not replace administration and faculty authority. It would foster trust, improve education delivery, and ensure that programs meet the needs of our students. Most importantly, an equity advisory group would help fulfill the prioritized equity goals of the current D200 strategic plan, the first priority of which reads, eliminate race, socioeconomic status, and other social factors as predictors of students' academic achievement and social emotional growth. An equity advisory group wouldn't usurp the administration's authority in program management, curriculum creation, evaluation, or instructional supervision. Instead, the advisory group would work cooperatively to enhance rather than replace professional authority. This collaboration between board, administration, faculty, families, and students would strengthen decision-making by providing the administration and faculty with richer, lived experience data to inform decisions. Enhance trust and understanding by including stakeholders, families, administrators, and community equity advocates in ways that can reduce conflict and increase the likelihood of success for program initiatives. And it would ensure that program goals and operations better align with the community's needs. Even with community collaboration, the board would remain the ultimate final decision maker. Community engagement acts as an input to that decision-making process rather than a total handoff of legal or administrative responsibility. It does so with a philosophy and process grounded in equity, with a model based on doing with instead of doing for, and structured participation. Meaningful and well-designed community engagement serves as a strategy to improve program quality, not as a challenge to the administrative authority to manage the organization. We in the Committee for Equity and Excellence in Education look forward to staying in conversation with you about the possibilities for creating this structure that would formalize collaboration between students, families, school staff, and the board. Thank you so much for this time.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Now that concludes tonight's public comments.
Okay. We will move on to the approval of minutes, and I move to approve the February 12th, 2026 Committee of the Whole minutes as presented. Are there any corrections or adjustments that need to be made? Seeing none, may I have a second?
Sorry.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The minutes are approved. And now we are going to move into our instruction topics. And the first being the Behavioral Education Plan or BEP adjustments for 2026-2027 school year. Principal Parker is going to join us.
And when Ms. Parker comes up, it's just you, right, Ms. Parker? All right, not just you.
My partner is getting off of a plane and I said, don't worry about it, like just get home safely. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. I'm joining you tonight to do our annual review of the behavior education plans, adjustment and changes. For those of you all who have been with us and for my newer individuals, every year the Culture, Climate and Behavior Committee needs to review and make revisions to the Board of Education in order to change our behavior education plan to make sure it's meeting the needs of our students. Since its inception, we've worked to fine tune this manual so that we can make sure that it is properly serving and to support every student in our building in their social, emotional, and academic development. I'm proud to say that each year that we have done this, we have gotten the manual to a point where we only had very minimal changes this year, which is an attestament to the individuals on CCB who help us to do that, as well as our deans who execute that work within our building every day. So today I'm coming in order to show you just the few changes that were requested for this year and take any comments or questions that you may have. So what you see here is what we currently have in the language for the appropriate use of technology. We discussed 3 recommendations for amendments to the BEP, and they all fall into this category. We noticed that as we were working with students, we have run into some instances where hacking has become a concern within our technology. And if you can imagine, I'm speaking like hacking our entire system. So not just on your computer, but further than that. And we did not have any language in our BEP to address that. So what we did was make suggestions on some changes. And those are the 3 that you saw. The attempting to use our technology or any technology to access the district's electronic networks. We're proposing at a level 3, 4, and 5 in terms of progressive discipline. The second is unauthorized access of the district's electronic networks, which we're proposing at 4 and 5. And then a 3 is unauthorized access of the district's electronic networks that results in a loss of network functionality, altering of records, or breach of confidentiality and sensitive data. And that is proposed at a level 5. And as you all may be aware, that is our highest, that also goes with it a possible recommendation for expulsion. Notice that we're separating these by attempted as the first one, second, actual access, and then unauthorized access that causes loss of network. So we're doing progressive as we go through. Those were the only ones suggested this year, and the committee of CCB said that this was something that they could stand behind. And so I'm here today to take any comments or questions you may have about it.
I just have one question, which is this language standard in any way? In other words, is this kind of the way that school districts are talking about hacking related issues in this 3-tiered model, or is this?
It is pretty new, though, for districts that we looked at. Anyone who's looking at progressive discipline, so coming out of a code of conduct and something like what we have as a BP, the answer is yes to that. But it is still relatively new, and so everyone is trying to catch up with the what do we do in hacking situations. And so there may become need to alter and adjust these again, but for now, that's where we're starting.
Okay, thank you.
Linda, can you talk about, we have had, I believe, at least one episode of a student trying to do this. And can you talk about the sort of the path that we took that student down in terms of helping them understand the seriousness of what they did, and we connected them with IT staff and so on?
Absolutely. So some of the restorative action that we have in our book is about helping to educate the student as to what harm was caused as opposed to just punishing for the behavior. And so do know that our technology team, who are as techie people as you can imagine. So when things like this happen, it causes great nervousness and anxiety in terms of trying to reach into the system. And sometimes there can be a start at, it should be a level 5 that they even tried. And I said, well, you know, let's see what approach that we can take in teaching them like what happens when they do this thing. So when we did have a individual who had gotten a little further than was comfortable, they were paired up with members of our tech team and actually walked through like what happens when there's a breach and what the team has to do in order to uncover what has happened and try to get to the bottom of it to make sure no damage was done. We do that in other areas within our book, just trying to teach the students like what happens, because oftentimes they're very amazed, as this student was, that it goes through all of that. So it's eye-opening.
Bella?
Yes.
Hi, I was just wondering, is there like a certain kind of progress steps you take when you're deciding between levels, especially in a new case like inappropriate use of technology for a student? Is there like a uniform punishment for students, or is it very case by case? And is there a chance for review of punishment for these cases since they're so new?
Very good question. So it's a mixture. The BEP does spell out what each response level is, but there's flexibility within that. For example, when you see like number 1 asking to start at a 3, that means it starts response level 3, which reads administrative facilitated restorative response, and it may result in 1 to 3 days of in-school reflection. So there is flexibility on how many days. And that conversation comes through conversation with the student during the due process to find out what was really what was happening, meaning what drew us to this point. So there is some work with students to try to find out why we did the thing we did and what happened. And there is some flexibility to that, which makes it a little bit case by case. But to your question, you could not start this at out of school suspension because this one starts at a 3. So the way it works is it's progressive. If the student were to do that same thing again, it would go to the level 4, which does allow you to consider. And even before we get to out of school, we would probably do an increase of in school because we have that 1 to 3 day leverage in order to work at it. Mm-hmm.
That's it. Thank you very much.
Okay.
This will come back to the board in 2 weeks.
Yep. Thank you, and thank you to my board members who are on CCB and helped us get this through. That's Jonathan. So thank you.
And next, we're going to have our student learning update, and I believe that's going to be Dr. Hester and Dr. Wood.
And Mr. Parker, I have a few things I want to say by way of introduction with this item. I want to say first, I just want to stress something that's in the memo. Dr. Hester is here giving this update. You'll hear primarily from her tonight, but near the end of the presentation, you'll hear both from Dr. Williams. And Dr. Hester hasn't been here for a full year even. So there's a lot that goes on in the school year. So this really is early learning in the process. We don't have definitive steps going forward mapped out, but this is a status update. And before I turn it loose to the team, I just want to make a quick little announcement. And I talked with the board before this. Our interim executive director of equity and student success, Dr. Williams, is on the agenda for approval after this meeting to drop that interim label and become the permanent executive director of equity. So congratulations. Thank you. So to have you, no pressure at all, let's go.
All right, it's always good to start with the celebration, right? Congratulations. Okay, so I want to thank the board for inviting us all here tonight and for your interest in student learning. I want to start by sharing my gratitude to Dr. Johnson and to the district leadership team. I feel like they should all be sitting here with me this evening. Definitely to Jennifer Brinkman, who's our Director of Student Learning, who's here as well, and to the many students and teachers and staff members who have really been patient and have really helped me to learn about OPRF and are really helping me to learn what we do and why we do it. So the presentation this evening has two purposes, and that first purpose is to provide highlights from my very early learning here at OPRF and really focus on what I see in the teaching and learning landscape. And then that second purpose, which I will be sharing in that with Principal Parker and Dr. Williams, is to just provide a foundation of what we see as potential areas to move forward in future directions. So as we get started, I'm just going to say this again. Please know that this presentation really represents very early learning, and I just haven't been here long enough to shape a plan with all the action steps and the metrics that go along with that. So we'll be back again in May, and we'll be back again in May to really provide more information about future directions. So our number one priority at OPRF is equity and excellence. And it's obviously, it's this vision and mission and the values that drew me to OPRF. And they're really what continue to excite me about being here, about being in this organization and serving and supporting our students. But it's also the lens through which I shaped my entry plan. And my entry plan is an equity-centered entry plan, and it's inspired by the work of Jennifer Cheatham and colleagues. And it's a little bit different than a typical 30, 60, 90-day plan, where somebody comes in and they think about the actions that they're going to do in those time periods. And I'll get this right in a minute. Every time I say it goes. And what's really different about that is that an equity-centered action plan really focuses on starting by listening and connecting and being in the presence of teachers and students and the leaders. And that's all for that purpose of gaining authentic insight and being able to question during the work and while it's in action. The purpose of the plan also is to build trust by being in the presence of everyone in the school and to demonstrate that commitment to serving. And that is for the purpose then of understanding how the teaching and learning system works and how it really attributes to our educational equity vision. And then lastly, to establish a foundation for the future. So it's an entry plan, and it's about taking all those things together and thinking about what is that foundation that will really inspire future action. There are three steps in the phases of the entry plan. And to be honest with you, I am spending most of my time just circling between that listening and learning and the summarizing and giving feedback. And I feel like I'm actually in that stage of questioning and understanding on a weekly basis. So I've been really intentional about my learning, and I focus that learning in 4 key areas. The first being context. And so when thinking about the context, I've really tried to understand the culture and the climate of the school. I've asked questions and have been in spaces to try to understand how we impact learning for all student groups. I've asked questions and I've watched how we celebrate success. We did some of that today with another parade in the school. And I'm also learning the degree to which the stakeholders are empowered and they're included in decision making. And I've learned a lot about the curriculum process and also being in the classroom to really see what the student experience looks like. And then in terms of data, I focused on what type of data do we pay attention to? What do we do with that data that we pay attention to? And then how does it actually work to improve student learning for us? So the process has been pretty extensive and really to state one of the greatest joys of my career. I've really engaged in a lot of one-on-one interactions with students and teachers and with many leaders. I've been in a lot of different group settings. I've done very focused listening tours with our freshman core teachers, so math, science, history, and English. And then I've also done some lunch and learns that were open to all teachers. I've been in somewhere between 20 and 30 classrooms, observing, talking to students, talking to teachers, and questioning. And I've been able to attend professional learning and have engaged in extensive document review, from policies to curriculum documents to the course catalog and many others. And then I've been able to interact with some community groups, and then also, of course, the best part is attending many of our school events. So I didn't want the board to think that I was just listening and observing the whole time. So I have engaged in some early action, and what you see on the left on the screen is a definition of educational equity from the Midwest and Plains Equity Assistance Center. And I really use that to guide not only my work, but my leadership and my actions. So in working with the student learning team, and very specifically the division heads, I've been working on challenging our systems through these 4 principles of educational equity. And if we walk through those principles with the division heads, with the team, we have been asking, where do students have access, and where do they have meaningful benefit from? Where do they have representation in decision making and in the materials and the content in which they engage? And how are they gaining meaningful participation so that they have choice and voice in their educational experience? And then really looking to understand, when our students have access, representation, and meaningful participation, who is reaching high outcomes in our educational system. The division heads, myself, Ms. Brinkman, our coordinator of instructional technology, have all been out in classrooms. And we have been using the model that's on the right. That's the model of the instructional core. And you can think of that as the representation of the classroom. So we have been out describing what students are doing to engage with the content through the instructional tasks that are provided, and then looking at the role of the classroom teacher. So as I'm out in those 20 to 30 classrooms, I draw this diagram and I am describing the whole time that I'm in there. And then I'm asking questions, and our division heads and our leaders are doing the same. So now I'm going to shift into that early learning. And to do that, I'll go through each of those 4 focus areas. So the context, the curriculum, the instruction, and the data. And I'm going to highlight, just from my early observations, what I see that is working well, and then where I see opportunities for future growth. And when we think about those opportunities, or when you hear those, please know that they're not a fully formulated plan. There's lots of opportunities, there always are. And that as we start to identify our priorities and our focal points, then we'll come back with full plans with the engagement of more people and more voice in those plans. So in learning about the context, and remember, that's culture and climate, how we empower people, how we make decisions. It's very clear to me in my interactions with students, and even I have to highlight students engaged in our interview process, that they always report that our school is rich with resources. They always talk about the importance of relationships, and you hear them in the hallways about, the importance of a relationship with the teacher, the importance with their friends, and in the classroom. And they speak highly of their teachers. In one-on-one conversations with teachers, and very specifically in collaborative teams with the freshman core teachers, I've learned that our staff are committed to educational equity. I don't think I've worked in such a place where equity is at the center of all of what we do. Our teachers, and this is really coming from comments from meeting with them, they believe in their students' ability to learn. They believe that what they do matters to impact education. They tell me all the time that they value their colleagues and they value the time to collaborate on what they're doing in the classroom. Many of our teachers shared that they believe in the work that we're doing, especially with the Freshman Curriculum Initiative, but with inclusion in general. And they see a pathway for more students to be included in core classes like the Honors for All, like college prep, like AP. We have a lot of advocacy for students to be involved at high levels. Our staff also share joys of teaching, and two that I want to highlight is they're motivated when kids have light bulb experiences, and several teachers use the word confidence, that they are proud of themselves and they're proud of our students when they see a student's confidence grow. And I know you all know this, but we have many, many engaged parents. And from the Office of Student Learning, from the division heads, most of the interaction that we see is from those parents who are really asking for support with pathway, with the course selections that lead to their post-secondary pathway. And it's probably not a surprise, but we hear a lot from parents who are interested in accelerating their students' learning. So they either want them in a higher level course than what they were placed in, but we also get quite a few who are seeking to get ahead in a course sequence or in a grade level. And then in terms of collaboration, high collaboration in athletics activities, the Office of Equity and Student Success draws large numbers of parents in the evenings, and creates a beautiful space for affinity for many different groups of parents and groups of community members and students. So in looking for opportunities for growth, speaking really just for the Office of Student Learning, we need to really, we have lots of families and parents in our building, like I said, all the time for activities and athletics and community events. And we need to start capitalizing on some of those strategies to bring more of our parents into the classroom. We need a strategy to start thinking about who are the parents who feel underrepresented, who don't feel like they have a space to talk about the educational experience, and then bring them in for their feedback. Our teachers are asking for increased time to collaborate beyond our late start Wednesdays so that they can continue to build curriculum and to solve the challenges that they experience with trying to meet the many, many needs of students today, and really some of the demands of society. And while our school report card data on climate shows improvements over time, teachers are always asking for more communication, for clarity on direction, and transparency to build deeper trust with our administrative team. And some of our teachers shared that they feel celebrated by their students, and they feel celebrated by their division heads on a regular basis. And interestingly, I've heard in several spaces that our schools would love to be, our teachers would love to be celebrated more by our parents. Where many schools have organizations like a PTA, we don't have that. And some of our teachers who have come from other schools kind of miss some of those things. So a way to be celebrated by our parents. As a leader of curriculum and instruction, you come into a new space and you're very curious about the curriculum. And I was more than delighted to learn that we are a school that has a curriculum process. Our division heads have led curriculum development over time for different courses. And one thing to focus on is to always remember that curriculum is taking place in classrooms every day, and that it is updated as teachers plan daily for our students. The freshman curriculum, though, in particular, was very well thought out and well structured. It was designed intentionally to have multiple access points for students. It was designed with racial equity tools in the selection of materials and tasks. And it was designed with instructional strategies that were meant for engagement. And it continues to be updated on a regular basis in the collaborative teacher teams. And in watching our collaborative teacher teams work, I've actually seen them physically take texts and differentiate them. I've seen them share tasks with each other and collaborate on the results. And then in addition, part of a strong curriculum is assessment. And we do have strong assessments in our classroom. We have feedback processes. And we're growing in the amount of common assessments that allow us to look at data in a common way and improve. To support all of our student groups with accessing rigorous curriculum in the freshman curriculum level and then beyond, our future curriculum processes really need to be simplified. So we have a lot of, and streamlined. And that's really simple. Some of that is just in the templates that we have and the processes that we have. This will help us move a little bit more quickly in developing and designing curriculum in the future. And a tight curriculum structure also allows us to more closely align the written curriculum with the curriculum that's actually taught, because it's easier for teachers to access and use. Curriculum development efforts in expanding beyond the freshman curriculum really need to start. Our teachers are really asking for us to start to give them time to focus on sophomore and junior curriculum effort revisions at the rate at which we did with freshmen. And we also need to start considering building sequences of courses to capstone experiences and for career pathways. And this should help engage students in career exploration, connect high school experience to those post-secondary pathways. And again, our teachers are asking for the time to collaborate with that. We want our students and their families to be able to give feedback on instruction. So if you think about what we learned from the curriculum, the freshman curriculum work, our teachers did very systematically collect student feedback on the curriculum. And they do that regularly in the class, but they collected that feedback and then made revisions from that. We need to do more of that. We started this fall by engaging some industry partners and looking at our career pathways and talking about essential employability skills. And we need to start to have a regular pattern of engagement. We have done a labor market analysis that really allows us to look at pathways, and now it's getting students and staff and those industry partners engaged in that feedback. Instruction is really, really strong here. It is very high quality. We use the Danielson framework to as our instructional framework here. And some of the highlights that I want to pull out is the culture and climate of learning. So the idea that when you go into classrooms that the teachers and the kids view learning as important. There are positive interactions between students and their teachers. There are positive interactions among students. What I think is really exceptional here are many of the collaborative tasks. So sometimes you go into a classroom and you'll see a group of 4 students working, and 1 student is doing all the work and 3 are copying, or 2 are doing all the work and 2 are copying. And I would say that there have been very focused efforts where all of the kids are doing the collaborative work. And there are rich instructional materials that many of our materials are representative of all of the students in our room, and strong assessment of learning practices. Something that I think is very common in our classrooms and exceptional is that oftentimes when a teacher sets a lesson, they build a clear through line of the whole instructional unit. This is what we did yesterday. This is how it relates to our unit targets. This is what we're doing today. And this is what we're doing tomorrow, and then leading up to the final or summative assessment. So I always feel like in most cases, our students know where they've been, where they are today, and where they're going. There are differentiated instruction and materials in the classrooms. Instruction, there's a lot of congruence among the same course as you move from classroom to classroom to classroom. So you'll see the same content, you'll see similar materials. You might see different teaching styles and different instructional approach, but they're similar. And then lastly, the instruction in Tier 2 and Tier 3. So those supports that we provide outside of the classroom is specifically designed to give students executive functioning skills. So there's a lot of curriculum to support them with executive functioning and social skills. And then there's a follow through. The teachers in those classes follow through with data and follow those students over time, even after they no longer need the supports in that classroom. So while instructional design is incredibly sound in our schools, some of our classrooms show more intentionality at engaging all students. And I want to specifically share that I do notice that some of our students of color sometimes sit silently but are actively working. Some are not as engaged or called into engagement, actively engaged by their teachers. And that is something that I know our school has been working on, has improved over time, and is continuing to work on. A celebration of our freshman curriculum initiative is that 85% or more of our students are accessing learning in the honors classes. But we know, and we heard this in September, that not all of those students are reaching the same outcomes in those courses. And then I would say an unintentional consequence of the freshman curriculum initiative, and something that we need to learn from and learn to improve, is that performance among racial student groups is disproportionate also in the supported courses. So many of our supported courses have high levels of Black and Brown students, and we need to begin, and we are already making those efforts to ensure that those students are being served in the Honors for All curriculum. And as we move into sophomore and junior levels, that all of our students are served within our college prep curriculum, our honors curriculum, or our advanced placement curriculum. As we scale our inclusion efforts, we need to make sure that we are developing a clear linkage between course learning outcomes, the common assessments, and our grading practices. It's only with those common outcomes and those common assessments that we can really improve our grading practices and improve our reporting and communication of those grading practices. And then the important thing to know about that is when we, for us to improve, that linkage between those, between the outcomes, the assessments, and the grading practices will actually help us reduce variation in learning experiences and then figure out the points where we can grow and develop further. And then there's definitely an opportunity for us to improve our tier supports. And we need to start thinking about providing tier 2 supports in tier 1. So an example of that is bringing reading specialists into a history classroom and providing that reading support right in that history classroom. Another example of that would be bringing a teacher, a multilingual teacher, into a phys chem class to support our multilingual learners right where they're learning instead of in a separate class. So our data practices are very strong at the state assessment level. We as a system pay attention to proficiency and performance of all students on state assessment data. We pay attention to AP enrollment, exam participation, and performance on the AP exams. We evaluate enrollment of student groups in the freshman honors courses, and we've used that data to actually change structures over a 5 to 6 year period. And I've seen very skilled science teams and our intervention teams engage in data-rich improvement cycles using grading competencies and standards of competencies for executive functioning to measure where each student is. Moving forward, I think one of the most important things that we can do is really bring the data in at the teacher level and the collaborative teacher team level. Our teachers need the data readily at their hands so that they can go by student, by standard, by need, and analyze as a team who's meeting the standards and who's not, and why, and what can we do about it as a team. We have the resources to provide our teachers with that training and to support them in a very strategic way through our institute days, our professional learning days, and our collaborative team time. And then as always, we need to really think about strategic program evaluation. So our school has been incredibly strategic about evaluating our AP program, our freshman initiative, our attendance, our school culture and climate, and we have a lot of sources. So we need to ask ourselves in that space of teaching and learning, what are the programs that we have, what needs to continue, what needs, and what needs to be actually retired. And so those are always just good practices, no matter what the situation or context. Okay. So our challenge always and forever will be to improve student learning at scale for all students so that we ensure that all students have access, have representation in, meaningful benefit from, and achieve high learning outcomes. And for us to improve at scale, it's important that we not get lost in those large systemic changes. So whenever we're striving for educational equity, it is a large systemic effort, and our school, has been in this large, has engaged in large systemic effort over a very long period of time. But that doesn't mean that while we're in those large scale efforts that we can't improve right now by using principles of improvement science. And so what you see on the left on the screen are 6 principles of improvement in science. And on the right again is the classroom. And our greatest strategy moving forward is to bring those improvement science principles directly into that classroom space. So we've already done it. We just need to do more of it. So I'm going to talk about that freshman learning experience again. And if you think about making the work problem specific and user-centered, Dr. Johnson and the division heads convened teacher teams to review student learning outcomes at the freshman level. And they identified that not all students had access to high course levels or to rigorous learning. And that drove changes in the course structure. It drove changes in the students who were in the courses. It drove changes in the curriculum content that was in front of the students. And it drove changes in the instructional tasks. And then the teachers needed professional learning, which they received quite a bit on curriculum structure and on differentiation. If we focus on the variations in performance, as the initiative has been implemented, the teachers, the division heads, and the leaders have been able to identify the variations in students' performance and have looked at instructional practices that drive performance. If we see the system that produces the current outcomes, I already spoke about that a little bit. The prior system, we're growing in the new system. It's better than the system that we had before. But now we see that the supported courses, those courses at the accelerate level, need to change. We have to do something different there to drive greater levels of improvement. We cannot improve what we cannot measure. So this initiative has had clear metrics from the time it began. And if you follow all the reports, you can see we're continued reporting on the same metrics. They've used disciplined inquiry to study, plan, do, and act to make those improvements. And then in terms of joining accelerated learning networks, if you heard the theme through this presentation, that teacher collaboration and being networked with each other has been critical. But what you didn't hear yet is that many of the division heads have been networked with people in other schools to learn more, to further drive. We've probably had about 2 or 3 leaders from other schools come and see us this year already. And some of our staff members have gone out to continue to learn and grow and drive those improvements. So as we look forward to the future, our leaders and teachers, and what we see as a foundation for the future, are focusing our efforts on academic achievement and growth, the relationships-rich learning environment, and college and career pathways. And Principal Parker is going to start to talk about the student experience in that.
Thank you, Dr. Hester. So as we center our work around these 3 focus areas, I want to highlight how we actually believe as a team that it is the relationships-rich learning environment that provides the foundation for the others. I pause for a moment to say thank you to the board, because through work that you did in voting in, allowing us to have the developmental relationships framework, we know that the lens that we're going to use to examine these is going to grow because it will be enhanced with that work with the Search Institute. We're led with a guiding question, which is how are our students growing as a result of the experiences that they are having within this institution? And we're looking at this for what we're speaking about today from a classroom level. And so we're looking to make sure that students can attest to different things in their experience as they are here, no matter who you ask within our student body. Can they attest to feeling cared for within this environment? That they believe the adults who work with them, the staff who are all around this building, believe in them and are encouraging them to be the best students and humans that they can be? Are we challenging their growth in the classroom and outside of the classroom as well? That means, are we stretching them to know more, but also being able to hold them accountable to the things that they are learning and making sure that learning is at the forefront of what they are doing? Understanding as well that it is acceptable to have some failures in this environment so that we are strengthening them to show them how to overcome those and to overcome and do better. Do they feel supported? Because as we challenge young people, there must be support to go along with that. that allows them to feel advocated for, but with boundaries, so that they know that we're expecting this of them and we know that they can do it and we will help them to do that. Are they getting agency in the process? Dr. Hester spoke about, do students have voice? We want them to have voice. We want to make sure they feel respected, as well as part of a collaborative effort in their learning. And then are we expanding their possibilities and their knowledge beyond the high school walls? We know that this journey is 4 years and that this is a springboard to something greater. And we want to make sure that they feel connected to that as they are leaving our space. And it is through the collaboration with our students that we do this internally, but we also know the importance of our collaboration with our other stakeholders who may not also just be in the building. So we have to consider that. And here to talk a little bit more about that level of collaboration is Dr. Williams.
Thank you. Over the course of this year, I've had the opportunity to have several conversations with Dr. Hester about how we can position ourselves as an institution to improve student learning at scale. And within those conversations, we have consistently landed on the focus upon our strategic priorities. And we know that all of our strategic priorities are important, but there are 3 particular priorities, 1, 2, and 3, that we feel are really connected to those principles of improvement science. And those, of course, are racial equity, transformative education, and transformative leadership. So through those discussions regarding those strategic priorities, we also have identified 4 key areas or future areas of collaboration that we would like to focus on as we think about how to make this more collaborative. Those areas are culturally responsive teaching, teacher efficacy, student efficacy, and parent engagement. To be specific about teacher efficacy, we would like to strengthen our approach around our teacher collaborative teams and our focus within those teams. Student efficacy, very important here. We want our students to see their experience with instruction and learning as a tool to prepare for post-secondary opportunity. So we want that instruction to be very intentional for students where they see that experience and they feel that experience with instruction as preparation for what they would like to go into after they graduate from high school. And then specifically with parent engagement, I want to be very specific here around our thoughts around parent engagement. We spend quite a bit of time talking about how to strengthen parent voice relative to our collaborative thoughts and our collaborative focus. And we would like to utilize or establish parent voice as an informative resource to assist with the development of practical commitments relative to how we understand student perspectives relative to instruction, learning, and available supportive services. Also to establish school and home partnerships to influence student experience relative to instruction, learning, and supportive services. And then also to strengthen our awareness and accessibility, or student awareness and accessibility of services to support their learning. Right? So we are working very hard to develop some understanding around our values and commitments relative to that. And we look forward to talking more about that in May as we go forward.
And at this time, thank you for listening. And we'd love to hear your questions or your thoughts.
So thank you so much for putting all the time into giving this sort of very thorough pre-official sort of launch of it coming in May. One thing I'm eager to, and I know it can easily fit into and be folded into what's been discussed here, but I'm hoping that in May there will be some broader discussion about curriculum-oriented approaches to reducing chronic absenteeism, and looking at how that's being operationalized. So I certainly just would, as one additional note, would love to hear more about that. And this is great. I really appreciate work put into this. Looking forward to having that conversation today.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Bella. My name's Elizabeth. I just had a question about your future steps towards this sophomore and junior curriculum. You mentioned going towards there. I know you don't have the metrics or the plan yet, but in what sort of direction do you think you're going?
I don't know so much about a direction as it's more or less working on what students learn, know and be able to do in the classroom, so the outcomes. And teachers want time to agree upon the outcomes so that if we went into 2 US history courses, that the students would be asked to demonstrate the same learning. So we don't have the degree of consistency in content, but we don't necessarily have the same consistency in what the kids are asking to do, the tasks that they're doing, and the assessments. And teachers are working on it right now. They were just working on it right after break. But they want that time to build together that consistency and the outcomes. So that naturally means too that there might be some shifts in content as well. But that's really what that's about. But the other thing that they have not had as much time to do either is really to think about the engagement practices in the classroom. So the instructional design. And that's probably too because while they've been working on the curriculum, they feel like they're just constantly writing without the time to actually get together and do it really well. Did that answer your question?
Yeah. So
Okay.
would you say like not?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So not changes in class, like different classes, just within the different classes?
Yes, they're not looking at changes in classes. We're making one change for next year. We had a course added. I think just one course at the sophomore level, and junior level, but that's it right now. We're actually going to focus on doing better at what we're doing versus adding more right now. Great question.
I guess I just want to say, wow, what a great presentation. Thank you. I don't think that I've seen such an in-depth deep dive presented to the board. So thank you very much. It's very enlightening. I think really what I'm interested in is to hear a little bit more about how you plan on to engaging parents and getting parents much more engaged in their child's educational experience, because I've always felt that parent engagement is crucial. Number one, for achievement. Number two, also for to reduce absenteeism. And so I'm really heartened to hear you that this is one of the things that you're going to be spending time working on. But I'd like to hear a little bit more about it.
Yeah, I want to start with the classroom first. I'm just going to say I can't do this without the two of them. So I've always been told that the best way to engage parents is through the teacher, right? Like the kids will get the parents in, and the teachers have to get the kids to get the parents in. And when you think about that, like what we're doing right now, I know that Principal Pepper will talk about the attendance, but there's a lot of engagement there. I'm going to give an example of our bilingual parent advisory group. So we have we're required to have a bilingual parent advisory group, but we should be doing that anyway. We work with our teacher, who really talks to the students about that group and the importance, and then really work to get the parents in. Now we have low numbers there, and We had an experience where we had a bilingual parent group, and then about 2 days later, we had one of our Hispanic Heritage Night. And so we went from 6 parents at the bilingual parent group to, I guess, over 100 at our Hispanic Heritage Night. And we saw, and what we said is we've got to start coupling those. So next year at that first meeting, we will have the bilingual parent group and then do the Heritage Night probably back to back. So it's always through the kids, but then it's being strategic about how we use some of our other events to do that as well. But you want to say more?
Yeah, from my perspective, how I think about this, and I think about values and commitments heavily in the work that I do and when I'm having conversations with colleagues. And in some of our conversations, I have shared that I believe that we need to approach this from an institutional commitment approach. And what I mean by that is developing some commitments to how we're going to communicate and engage with parents, where there's an expectation that can be expected of each and every one of us within an institution relative to those commitments. So starting there, we haven't identified those yet, but I would like to see something like that where we commit to something of that nature. So one, owning those commitments, but then those commitments turn into action, right? So those commitments can't just be something that we utilize to say, this is what we would prefer to do, or this is how we would like to communicate and engage with parents, but there are actual actions within those commitments that we can practice within the classroom, as a classroom teacher, as an administrator, as any employee here in the district. I would like to see some practical commitments in play that we can utilize. But again, we need to think about and identify what those are. But I would like to see that. And then taking it beyond that to thinking about as we are in the community and as I'm in my role and learning more about this role, learning about perspectives from the community, being seen in the community at certain spaces and places, right? With those commitments in mind, but actually being someone that is seen and able to engage, where members of the community can see that parent engagement in action, right? Which further honors those commitments and is seen as an example of what we want to represent.
From the attendance point of view specifically too, and tying that into a relationship-rich environment, there's an admission that different families need different things. There is no one approach that you can use to any one family. Where some people are satisfied with email communication, I think that we've gotten to a point where that might be overused, and we're trying to get back to the phone call so that people can hear about the positives and the challenges that students may be having and partnering in how we correct that. I was on an exchange with a teacher who reached out to a parent, and the parent's response to that teacher's care and concern within that email was so just bursting with, like, I want to partner with you, we have these expectations, and spell it out, that I wrote to the parent and I wrote to the teacher to just tell both of them how well that they were doing in those exchanges, so that they can feel that it matters and they can keep that going. That happens within our attendance monitoring now. There are calls that are made, there are emails that are made, but it is communication with families to say, we're partnering with you. We want to make sure that this gets better for your students. How can we do that? And we want to expand upon that as well as we go through, because there's definitely more that can be had. But I think it's very important, especially as we're talking about cultural dynamics, to knowing what works for which families and then employing that mechanism.
I just want to add to, I really like that you're thinking of, thinking more thoroughly about parent outreach and more innovative tactics, and I think that's really important. So I'm super eager to hear about where that lands in the coming months. I referenced this before, but I think it's it is a really meaningful sort of sticking inflection point of sorts. But I keep coming back to when we held our a board engagement session, community engagement session, and it was kind of crickets, like very few people were there, present in person or online. And I remember getting a call from Graham saying, like, is this happening at the high school or is it at the library? And I was like, well, actually, this is a really good point. We really should consider doing more things off of the school grounds, reaching parents in different environments where they're more comfortable, where they're more at ease and they have more agency. And I think that that's a really important thing to consider. So I'm glad to hear that. And of course, earlier today, the public comments as well, looking at what sort of groups that we can put together, parent advisory groups that can help provide important feedback to us as the board and to use the administration as we learn from the good work that we're doing and try to improve on it. So yeah, definitely really excited to hear about and to learn more about the approach to getting parents engaged, and also really happy that there's more FMS technology that's being used to reach out to parents as well.
Thank you. That I can see how much hard work went into something this, full assessment of what is going on, observing and I'm getting our arms around our curriculum and our approaches to teaching. So I want to thank you and compliment all of you on that. Things that I would like to see in the final, presentation. I want to, I've been trying to think about how, it's not just the board that these presentations are being made to, it's the whole community. And not everyone's a professional educator, not everyone has that level of experience. So I'd encourage, when we talk about changes in approaches, to move that more from abstracts to concrete. What does that look like? Give a real example in the classroom, what that looks like. What we're doing today and what tomorrow looks like, and what that is solving for. We talk about representation and not tokenism, right? Does that mean that we just finished Black History Month? Does that mean that we're moving beyond, Black contributions to science just being Eli Whitney and Philadelphia and Harvard, and moving on to, Percy Julia and Neil deGrasse Tyson or, I like Dr. Williams, your example of engagement looking like, accessing students that may be disenfranchised or not engaged, but trying to let them relate to how this will help them after high school in the workforce, right? I can see how that would address the issue of students not finding value in an education, right? So I think that would be really important and mean a lot to the community. And then as far as, outreach and community engagement goes, I think that our career pathways program is great. And I think because we have such engagement around it, that we can take it to so many different places as well. It's no secret that Oak Park and River Forest have a lot of senior business executives living here. I strongly encourage us to reach out to the community for those opportunities to open up those pathways. And I think that our students will really appreciate that as well. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I have three things. So first, thank you. And I particularly appreciated the appreciative aspects of the presentation and the ways you really highlighted the things that you have discovered are working well. I think that's a great approach, and I really, really appreciate that. So thank you for that. Number two, I just want to sort of lift up that Dr. Hester, I think I heard you say at least several times that the teachers are asking for additional time and additional opportunities to collaborate. And I also appreciate how, every minute of the day is accounted for. So I'll be interested to hear in May, you're thinking about how is it possible to create that extra time for teacher collaboration within all of the many constraints that they're facing. So I'm really looking forward to hearing more about that. And then I was also really happy to hear you say that as you looked at the data, especially related to the freshman curriculum over the years, you found a strong through line of looking at the same data points repeatedly. And I think I see that too, but I also have experienced myself that each report looks a little bit different. Like it's similar, I would say similar, but maybe not like quite the same. So I think it would really be helpful for me as a board member and, probably for us as a board to have help us by developing a really clear dashboard that will be really the same data points over time in the same format, in the same presentation, so that we can really, make year over year and semester over semester comparisons. I think that will just be terrifically helpful. So that would be an ask that I have. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to all three of you for the presentation, and Dr. Williams, congratulations, well deserved. I have 3 questions and 1 comment. And Dr. Hester, I know this is intended to be a preview, and so if I ask you questions and the answer is I'll get back to you in May, that's totally fine. But if there are things that you can add to amplify some of your earlier comments, that'd be great too. 3 points of inquiry. 1, you talked about the listening tours, and you called out the fact that you did listening tours of the freshman core classrooms. Really curious if you can share things that you've heard from those particular teachers.
Yeah, I think about it, I heard a lot. I want to include math. I know that's not part of our freshman curriculum initiative. It's really important that we start talking about math. So let me just focus on the fact that the teachers are proud of their work. Very specifically, they feel like they've spent not only time writing the curriculum, so they were out of the classroom, they wrote a curriculum, they began to teach it, and I think their initial struggles were, their initial successes were starting to find access points for all kids. Their initial struggles were, how do I support the highest performing students in the class? And how do I support those who are struggling to perform? And then how do I keep everybody engaged? So I think that if you look at all of the classes in that initiative, and then I'll talk about math a little bit separately, they all have changed instructional design and approach. So if I take you into an English class, those English classes, they all start, I hope the students are going to agree with me on this, right? Okay. The agenda's on the board, the homework, all those types of things are usually on the board, but many of those freshman English classes start with some type of reading, so independent reading with kids. I also then usually some type of reflection. There's usually then some type of core activity for engagement, and I don't know that I've seen anyone who's not in a setting. I've seen a lot of kids presenting, but I've also, what's really, really unique about the freshman English class is they actually mapped out executive function skills. So organization, things with, accessing things in the Google Drive, like all those things that they just probably wouldn't think of. And then if I go, I'll just take you into science for a minute. They both switched to phenomena-driven instruction. So there is a driving question in each of those classes. It's not long before you walk in that you know what that driving question is. It is, you see the students oftentimes move back to the labs to start figuring out what that phenomena is. And then oftentimes you'll see them come back in groups and start to write out and try to explain what they saw and why they saw it. You see most of their kids with the hands in the labs, and then that's where I might see some students who are recording and doing but not talking. You might see that in some cases. in our world history classes, I literally have seen the teachers put all of the text up on the screen, assign text of the same content, and they're literally building text sets. And they are revising text so that all kids can access the same content, but then they're drawing them into the primary and secondary documents. And so there's also a very focused research effort in the world history classes. And then again, the experience of the teachers has been working with the different reading and writing levels.
Yeah, I was curious, it's sort of the differentiation concern, and I know that you provided a lot of PD, and a lot of PD has been requested by freshman teachers. Is that still something that you're hearing, that you need more of that, or that's still a concern, or do you feel like we've grown past that?
Well, I would put our teachers against any in the amount of differentiating that they are providing in the classrooms. And I will say that it's hard. It's really hard. And, they share stories like, I get everybody up and working, and then I start to, they're trying to get the kids who are more independent, a chance to do different tasks or work or support others. And then they're moving to support other students. But I want to speak to the developmental relationships framework. I've seen teachers challenge growth too. Try to break away from that scaffolding and telling kids, you can do this. What do you have there? What are the resources? I'm thinking of a classroom right now. What are the resources on the page? You can find it. And then they might pull over another student to try, to help them find that. There's another classroom that I'm thinking of. It starts almost every day with a student-led activity. The students actually sharing something about themselves. So there's been some real thought into some of the social and emotional components of those classes. But then the other thing teachers are saying is they've done so much work, now they see things that need to be updated or revised, and thinking, how can we update and revise? And there are some teachers who still would like to see college prep and honors, and that's the honest truth, and it's not because they're not equity centered, it's not because their hearts, it are in the right place, it's because they feel that might serve students better.
Next question. Roughly 15% of our entering freshman class is not part of the Honors for All curriculum. So I'm curious if you have any early learnings or thoughts about that cohort, and how we support them, how we bring them up.
Right. Yeah. So, we have classes in history, English, and in science that are two are called Accelerate, and another one's called Extend. But those classes are definitely disproportionate racially. They're also disproportionate in terms of the number of students with IEPs, and it's the same content. It's not necessarily the same level of rigor. And we have two classes or two teachers in there, one general ed, one teacher with one special education teacher. We have something that we're doing for next year is through the work of Dr. Roberts and Ms. Newman and Jen Brinkman and Kristen McKee. They went and they looked and to identify more students to move into honors. And so we will be down, we have three sections this year. We will be down intentionally 2 sections. So our goal is to work ourselves out of the need for those accelerated classes. We have an English department who's very eager to teach all of the kids in that honors section. And many other teachers as well. And that is to get everyone in the core curriculum in that level of rigor.
I speak only for myself, but I think that I would love to continue to hear more about that and how you can systematize that, how you can be more and more successful in doing that as you do future presentations.
And I know you all know this, better partnerships and real partnerships with our feeder districts where we have the same curriculum architecture and similar assessment practices. If we could ever get to that, we would move mountains.
Can you talk a little bit about how you see our approach to tutoring and our tutoring centers? How do you see that fitting with our overall instructional approach, and any early learnings about our approach to tutoring?
I should bring them up for that, but I don't know that I have a lot of comments and feedback on the tutoring right now. What we're always challenged with tutoring is that first and foremost, we want kids in the classes, versus, and then with high school kids, they have really busy schedules. So whereas in elementary and middle school, we can always provide a lot of tutoring, in high school that diminishes as we want our kids in activities and athletics for the sense of belonging and to further that part. So in terms of tutoring, the conversations in student learning have been about targeted tutoring, which really means, remember I talked about the outcomes, the assessments, and the grading practice aligning. It means that when we go by student, by standard, by need, we target the tutoring to that need. And so that's why the teachers need that level of data, so that our special educators can look at that level of data, the multilingual teachers can, and then the teachers who tutor can also say, oh, there's the need, we can go in and target that, so that we're not just targeting, we're not just tutoring more generally.
That's interesting. So if I'm hearing you right, it's a more proactive approach to figuring out what that student needs and supplying the supports, rather than what I perceive to be a more passive approach, where we have the tutoring center available, but the student has to access the services.
And it's, tutoring can sometimes be helping a student work ahead, so they're prepared, like preparing them for the lesson that's going to come. Tutoring oftentimes ends up being like homework help, or tutoring can be that strategic targeted approach where there's communication and the teacher with the tutoring knows that this is exactly what I'm targeting. I don't have to wait till the student gets there to figure it out.
Great, thank you.
Just on the moving is to the honors level, I guess in response to what we heard tonight, when we discuss that and we look at that as a process, right? We've been there before. We are there, right? We're going to need additional supports, right? So letting us know what you need from us to make sure that those students that we are pushing and challenging have sufficient supports in place, I think is important to everyone on the board, and we certainly support that endeavor.
Randy, do you have any comments?
I just wanted to add, looking to, the feeder district, as you mentioned, and the ability to potentially move mountains and having a continuity, continuum, and curriculum, I believe is what I completely agree. Just would be amazing, and I would just add to that to just really, look at those opportunities when we are bringing in the non-traditional, the non-theater school students, when we have parents and students in the room at the same time in a large group, really thinking through those opportunities and thinking through, this part of curriculum future growth and how you can increase student and community agency and feedback and design. Really looking at those moments as an opportunity to do just that and getting to the non-traditional, the non-theater school students that are coming here and their families.
Thank you all for a very informative and enlightening presentation. And I know my colleagues have said a lot of things that have got through my mind. I'll share with a few of you my feeling about going upstream and figuring out what happens to the kids before they get here. So being able to have a collaboration with your districts or kids who come from outside our district, how do we help them? But I also really appreciate the focus on the classroom level assessment data and how that can be used to be more strategic and targeting on what our kids might need. So looking forward to hearing more of me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we're going to move to staff recommendations.
Here to give the introduction and information on this item. Dr. Sanders is taking the lead, but we also, of course, have Master is not going anywhere. And so our guest is still so.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Good evening. Each year, the district leadership team reviews projected enrollment, student course requests, staffing levels, compliance requirements, and operational needs in order to recommend staffing allocations for the upcoming school year. Because there is no recommended increase in overall FTE, this item is being presented for information and discussion only. So the staffing recommendations are grouped into 4 categories based on the role the positions play in providing support and services to our students. The first one is instructional classroom positions. Then we also have instructional support non-classroom positions, non-instructional support positions, and finally administration and management. Instructional FTE is where we see most fluctuation from year to year due to changing student course requests and specific student needs in any given year. After a thorough review of student course requests and sectioning, also consideration of compliance requirements, and a specific review focus on ensuring that class sizes are followed and that we're using instructional FTE in an efficient and effective way, it was determined that while some divisions see the increase in section, there was a decrease in other divisions. And as a result, the recommendation is to reduce instructional staffing by 4.3 FTE. It is important to emphasize, however, this is only a temporary reduction. We fully intend to relocate some of this FTE to position the district for stronger instructional support going forward. We used to have an instructional coaching model that was discontinued at the end of the 24-25 school year after the evaluation showed that it did not produce the widespread sustained impact that we had intended. Since then, the support for instructional growth has continued through professional learning, through our division heads serving as instructional leaders, and our new teacher mentoring program. However, given that the district remains below the EBF adequacy target in the instructional facilitator category, we believe it would be beneficial to reestablish instructional coaching as one of the most direct, high leverage strategies for strengthening instructional capacity, building expertise across teams, and promoting consistent implementation of curriculum and equity aligned instructional strategies. For this reason, our recommendation is to use next school year as a study year to evaluate different coaching models, determine how coaching should align with our existing structures, identify how impact would be measured, and then return to the board next year with a more clearly defined FTE recommendations for instructional coaches for the following school year. In non-instructional support categories, we have several recommendations that are intended to improve alignment and operational effectiveness. First, administration recommends eliminating the associate web developer position. The rationale for this is that core responsibilities of that role can be supported more effectively through existing district structures, specifically communications and data systems. And we believe that they would be delivered more consistently through a centralized cross-trained support model rather than a standalone position. The second recommendation in this category is replacing 2 tech support specialist roles with 2 more advanced computer technician positions. This shift is intended to create a single, more flexible help desk model staffed by employees with the broader technical skills that are needed to support current district technology needs. The goal is stronger cross-training, better responsiveness, greater service continuity, and a support model that reflects the full range of today's technology needs in the district. Third, due to retirement, the Director of Construction position will be vacated and will be reclassified as a Sustainability and Operations Manager. This change reflects the district's view that sustainability is no longer a separate initiative, but it's a core function of facilities and operations. And this new role is intended to strengthen coordination across construction, energy management, sustainable maintenance practices, vendor oversight, and potential grant opportunities. We always analyze impact on the adequacy-based funding. According to the adequacy targets gap analysis that Tony presented at the February 26th board meeting, district budgeted expenditures for FY26 equate to a percentage adequacy of 136%. The proposed staffing changes are expected to have a moderate impact on projected salaries and benefits, representing a 2% decrease in the overall adequacy percentage. Even with that decrease, the upcoming targeted reallocation of some instructional FTE to instructional facilitator category represents a focus on alignment of instructional staffing with student needs rather than reduction in educational programming support. The restructuring of 3 non-instructional support roles is intended to increase operational effectiveness and improve service delivery models. And just in conclusion, all of these recommendations are aligned with district strategic priorities in transformative education, transformative leadership, and finance and facilities. We are happy to answer any questions that you have. Questions? Josh?
I mean, I really do like the idea of construction kind of falling and folding into sustainability. Excuse me. It's my understanding the districts actually saved a good deal of money because for other districts that might not have a construction manager, usually we rely on the architect then to kind of manage the project at a much higher expense. Will this new position have the means to manage the major construction activities that schools are going and intends to undergo in the future while accomplishing other tasks? Because I don't want to rely on architects to manage the construction cost.
Yeah, that was one of the big things we discussed over the past year is really the idea of, are we better off replacing the position and filling it as is, or are we doing that because of the incredible job Mr. Bergman has done? And looking at where we are today as a district, having worked with Mr. Alsop at several districts now, he's got a strong background in construction management. When we were in Plainfield, he was in charge of the construction of the 30 buildings in a similar role. And really what it's brought is a level of potential redundancy between the Jeff's role and Kurt's role. But what it does is, with the realignment to this new position, It allows, I think of sustainability here as something that right now, a lot of people have a toe or two in, nobody's got their whole foot in. And therefore, we do a lot and then it kind of stands still, and we do a lot and then it kind of stands still. But there's an important part of this position beyond the sustainability piece that by assisting in a lot of the smaller construction projects we do through our 10-year CIP plan, we actually will be able to pull work that normally would fall under that plan, under the architects. We'll be able to pull it in-house and then see a savings there. Things like instead of having the architects draw out hallways of lighting, we have the skilled positions in-house to do that type of work ourselves. So it'll actually allow for greater efficiency.
Oh, before we proceed, for our students, since we're at 9 o'clock, if you need to leave, please.
So I had a similar question as Josh, only I'd add the, just for clarity at the, so they would be expected to regularly interface with the sustainability committee. That would be part of the role if they're expected to be at every one of those meetings. And therefore that would, in theory, help take or lessen the responsibility or the burden of having to do a lot of research, be more research oriented in this role, which doesn't really read like a research oriented role. They would have a direct connective tissue to the sustainability committee, which is more engaged in sort of real time, sometimes research oriented things about what best practices in sustainability. Is that correct?
Yes, they would be, I don't want to say the main touch point with the sustainability committee, but one of a couple main touch points for that committee. They would be responsible for real-time energy monitoring on a month-to-month basis. And then one area that just on a capacity with how much work goes on in this district that we lack right now is really the ability to go out and continually research grant funding and available options. And having that done real time is probably more important than ever, given how we're seeing different grants at the federal level change so significantly. They would have their role in that as well.
I think I only have one question, which is the estimated savings from not filling those 4.3 instructional positions is 975,000 plus or minus. Is that, it seems high for 4.3 positions. I was curious about that number.
So that is actually real dollars, because a lot of the reductions are done through attrition. We have retirements, and when people are toward the end of their career, their earnings are typically high.
Less of a question, but more of a statement. You know, I appreciated your opening caveat that this is a momentary reduction right now. And so that reduction, particularly of instructional FTEs, I'm okay with it for the moment, but as some people at this table are aware, I'm going to be advocating for more tutoring that occurs during the school day, is targeted, as you cited in your prior presentation, is non-passive, as Tim called out, performed by certified staff, consistent with research, the EVF model, and also consistent with our equity values and the Honors for All program and the objectives we have for that. But I realize that right now, to do any of that requires engineering a school day and a schedule and the mechanisms to not only identify the kids who need that targeted support, but actually get them to the tutoring. So while those things get worked on, this momentary reduction in instructional staff, I can go along with.
You know, my question is not quite Graham's, but a little bit similar. You talk about taking the time next academic year to really kind of understand what you need from the instructional coaches and some of the other work that needs to be done. Assuming a plan will be coming forward in terms of what kind of resources you might need to do that work.
I would say specifically with the coaches, anything we need for supports in the classroom instruction. For the coaches, we're gonna go through a design process. And, we'll come forward with a plan, with professional learning for the coaches, work for any of the administrators involved, and really what the goals of the coaching program and metrics will be. And then for any of the other supports, we come forward with the plan as well.
Well, anecdotally, I heard mixed reviews on our prior instructional coaching model. Was this asked for? Now that we did away with it, was there a need for it or a request from instructors, specifically, to kind of bring it back?
Are you asking if teachers asked for coaches?
Yes.
There are many teachers who have asked, who missed the coaching program. I can tell you that I would say definitely in the Fort Worth area that I've been asked, but also in some of the specifically in CTE areas too.
And I also want to add to it that in the coming years, we have a lot of teacher retirement. So we will be bringing a lot of new teachers. So we envision that instructional coaches will really help us develop new teachers and align their practices to what the curriculum needs in the district.
Can I say something to that point, Josh, which is within the Community Finance Committee, we've been having an ongoing conversation about the EBF model and the evidence and research that underlies the recommendations that are in the EBF model. So hearing you say that, I'm reminded that our CFC member, Michelle Mangan, has highlighted that instructional coaching is one of the research shows it's one of the biggest bang for the buck investments you can make in enforcement design. Just in terms of how much it addresses equity and other gaps. So I think it seems to be really an evidence-based practice that would have a strong positive effect.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
And because we're going to do a stand up here for our finance section. So first you have the Chicago contract for prom 2027.
This is the annual item that gets brought forward for our prom contract for the next school year. I will let Angie come through it through the details of the contract. But this secures our date for the 2027 prom.
Yeah, this is the annual contract. There's actually no real changes to it. It's the same, other than an increase in price. That's the same contract that we've had for the past few years.
And Ms. Holmes, could you explain how that works for our newer board members?
Oh,
I have heard about the contract.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I can. So the district does not fund prom in any way, so it's fully student funded. And so every year we happen to work with the Hyatt and they give us a price and we come up with how much we need to charge the students in order to not make any money, but fully cover the cost of prom, which is not only the venue, but we also have to pay for the DJ and a few other additional items.
And then for our newer board members as well, a topic that has come up in the past has been, prom's an expensive event, and does it create equity issues when we offer this? Really happy to let y'all know this year, not only is Dr. Williams' department working with students in need to fund prom for them to make it possible, but we've had a really successful collaboration with our scholarship foundation this year, where they're also going to be doing a lottery to fund prom for some students in need as well for seniors. So we do our best to help with that to make it accessible for all.
That one quick clarification question. Is it just expected that it will be the same amount? Because looking at the way it's worked out over the last few years, that there's the same amount for 2 years in a row, but it's not in the contract. Is that going to change, or can you assume that next year will be the same amount like it's been in the previous 2-year increments?
Next year will be more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so, next year there was an increase in the minimum.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay.
For 2028, can we expect that is another 2-year?
Oh,
block?
I do not know. It happened to work out that way, that for 2 years in a row,
Never been a part of the contract?
No, we, I do know that some schools do sign 2-year contracts. We have not. It just, it also leaves us that ability if we ever wanted to like switch venues. So we don't sign a 2-year.
So we just lucked out that they had to do that.
Yeah, we have to.
I will just thank you for anticipating the question, because the last 2 years this comes up, I want to know, what are we doing for our free and reduced lunch kids? What barriers do we know exist due to financial reasons? What are we doing to address them? 20% of our student population is free and reduced lunch. For these kind of things, I want to make sure that financial issues aren't a barrier for any of our kids. And I appreciate that you have planned for it.
I just want to take a second though and say, as much as I would like to say I have the plan for it, none of it's possible without the collaboration both with Dr. Williams' office, the activities department, as well as our scholarship foundation. Takes a lot of arms to come together to tackle this, and everybody's doing it a lot right now.
Very nice to hear. Then our last finance issue is the first student contract extension for our special education transportation services.
Great. I will introduce the topic as Ken comes up. We every year when we look at our contracts for transportation, the first thing we do is when it comes to special education transportation, we coordinate with Andrea Newman and her department and find out, are we getting a high level of service? Are we having any problems? Not to say that you don't have hiccups here or there, but overall our special education transportation is running very smoothly. And First Student's been a really good partner to us. When we have an issue come up, they're always very responsive, willing to work with us and address situations in an appropriate manner. When I first came in, the contract was neglected a little bit. There was a market true up that had to happen. But then I was happy to report that, for a continuity purpose, they felt strongly of staying with First Student if the numbers worked out. That's always a big caveat when it comes to transportation extension. And just want to thank Mr. Thomas for the work he's done, because now for the second year in a row, we'll come in pretty significantly below what we've been holding in our financial projections. We've been projecting a 6% increase, which actually, even that increase for where bids are coming in this year is a little bit low, but it's not too far off the market average. But the 4% that is being recommended and agreed upon, it'll keep us in a really competitive contract, and one that coming in below our projection amount versus the risk of exceeding that if we go out to bid, plus the level of service and the need to provide that continuity to our students, that really led us to recommending another year with First Student.
Questions?
Could you elaborate how going out to bid jeopardizes the potential costs that are proposed?
Sure. If we go out to bid, First Student is not held to this number. Right now, when First Student looks at their contract, and really this is true for any vendor, they're looking at, where are they kind of in terms of their company approach? Are they, losing money? Are they breaking even? Are they making a little bit of money? But when the bids come in, then they go to, it's a different set of data that they use, where they are now bidding against where they think other companies will come in as compared to where their recommended extension would come in. When we looked at the market, and I know Ken's got the numbers, but we're seeing significantly higher than 6% in some cases for the bids that are coming in, which the exposure there, we didn't feel like there's really an opportunity to beat the price that we've gotten here in the extension.
So I'm not an expert by any means, I'm definitely not a business expert, I probably wouldn't be here, but when my companies in the past have gone out to bid for professional services, or we've been put out to bid by our clients for professional services, it hasn't, we were always in jeopardy of losing the business, right? And so it never became a cash grab for the, how much more can I make on this contract? It's always been let's, either hold steady or a very moderate increase because we're being put out to bid. And we don't want to lose the business. So I mean, it's not that I don't believe you, but it's hard to understand that mindset of like, to go from, okay, a 4 or 5% increase to like, oh, well, I'm going out to bid, then I'm going to ask for a 20% increase.
Yeah, it's in most cases, I 100% agree with you. Transportation, really post-COVID, has been a really unique animal in the bidding environment. Reason being is that we're still experiencing the driver shortage. You don't hear about it as much because it's really the driver reality at this point. But there's less of a fear, I think, in some companies, and this is where the risk comes in of the unknown, to say that if they were to lose this business, they know they have other contracts that they can reallocate the drivers to and take on more routes. What we're saying now, we're doing our analysis, may not actually be true when it comes to our field trip and athletic routes in a little bit. But really the market tends to bid consistently. Unless there's an area that's, say, right near a central hub and somebody has just lost a contract and they come in super aggressive, there's more of a risk with where our dollars are at of that higher bid in the transportation industry than there is in other industries. The other thing that comes into that is, if somebody undercuts them, that's great. Financially we save some money, but this is a tough population of students then to see, disrupt their kind of what typical day that goes through it. To give you an example, it's not uncommon when drivers first get assigned in a given year that if a driver moves from one route to another, we'll have a family call and request to know my child, for 2 years hasn't had a problem going to school because they love this driver. Can they get put back on this route? And usually First Student will oblige us and do that. So it's a lot that goes into whether or not we recommend a bid or an extension here. But given that the 4% is lower than what we're seeing other districts' bids come in at, as well as the level of service and student consistency and continuity with their drivers, that kind of all factors into our recommendation.
So thank you. And thank you for hearing me, and thank you for, I noticed in a lot of the contracts I did that you made a point to say, why we would or would not go out to bid, or, what is a commodity that is exchangeable versus a special service that we think is really valuable. And in this example, especially disrupting students that are really dependent on a consistent schedule makes a lot of sense. So thank you.
And if I could just add, both points are very valid. I think that with transportation, it's very specialized, especially with this district versus a lot of places that we specialize in specialized transportation here. And with the student population, What we have seen, or what I've seen since I've been here, is that the drivers that we have are really good with our students and their families, and with the district staff. So I think that, if you were to go out to bid at this juncture, based upon the type of transportation that we are providing, there's a bigger risk. I think someone who's worked with First Student very intimately over the last 3-4 years, one of the things I can say about them is they have a lot of services and resources that I haven't seen with other companies. Obviously, they are one of either the biggest or rivaling the second, or either, I think they are the biggest at this point. But they are the biggest provider of pupil transportation in North America. They also specialize in student driver relationships. So they study this intimately. They have a lot of services that we don't actually even take aren't actually using. But they do have a lot of resources. So there's a lot of upside to staying with them, at least for right now. In doing a little research in the region, I looked at a few other school districts, and what we're seeing is one school district had a 5% increase, others had a 10% to a 12% increase. Some of that is driven by the resources that they're utilizing that we are not. So we are pretty standard with especially with First Student, based upon our needs and the resources of theirs that we are actually utilizing right now. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
And I know that there's information, just about some of the questions last board meeting, rather, from policy, so. Is there anything that, from policy, from, Josh and Tim, that you want to share, or?
So, was it 3 board meetings ago, we were tasked with developing policy regarding students that move, or that due to immigration enforcement may have to relocate out of district, and how to sustain their education. So Tim would chime in on it, but we discussed it, and we tasked the administration with consulting our council specifically on the issue. And we proposed a few possible alternatives, all of which our council recommended against changing from our current policy. So that's that for Tim and I. We wanted to give deference to our council, and that's why we're bringing forward a policy amendment on that issue at this moment. One of the things that we floated the idea, because anyone who's had a kid, whether it's 200 or 97, just short of 3 blood exams, we really require that you live in the district and provide proof that you live in the district. We didn't want to, and our council advised against it as well. We didn't want to unravel those securities for one population without maybe accommodating other populations. We felt it might have been opening a door. And another reason was, or one of the things that we proposed was, our current policy allows them to stay at the school through the end of the current school year, right? We threw out the idea of, what about if it's through the end of the year, or 6 months, whichever is greater, right? Let's say that something happens in April or May, right? Then you're counting down at the end of the school year. Our council also advised against that as well, because they questioned whether or not it had maybe been compliant with Illinois State Code. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, so I brought this one up, and I that makes sense to me. What I understand what the lawyers are pointing out. I think I just wanted to be extra clear that, I view this particular issue not as it's not the same as, let's say, protecting families against the mercurial economic trade winds or things like that. The things that we can't foresee, economic crises that very well could emerge that could displace a family from our community.
Sure.
Many
job you have to move to.
Sure. This is more rooted in the I think the very valid perspective that we have seen an approach by ICE and we've seen the tactics involved in their operations, and those have not. There's been no formal statement saying that those are going to change. So I'm more concerned as accommodating as our policy is for families to remain here throughout the entire school year, which is great. Since there is zero reason to think that we're going to see any different actions and behaviors from ICE and immigration towards families in our community. What can we do for those families the moment that the school season's over and over the summer, for instance, they had expected to come back to OPRF and suddenly they are not, they are forced out of the community. I think we need to think through those scenarios and create, contingency plans for those type of families that should, by all means, continue to be a part of the OPRF community. I know that we do have some latitude if the families are displaced so extremely by any supposed activity and are not claiming an actual permanent address, then we certainly have latitude to accommodate them by virtue of that. So I'm aware of that. But I do think that it does sound like there are options more in real time and how we react to those events unfolding in our community that we can activate. That's my understanding through certain affidavits. Is that correct? Is that how I understand that correctly?
Yeah, there are two things you just referenced there.
Okay.
First is homelessness in the Pavento, right? Anybody who's not, he doesn't have a permanent house, can certainly claim a permanent residence. The second thing you're talking about is a possibility that our council mentioned that had been identified for other districts in very extreme situations, and that's kind of what you're contextualizing there. So affidavits have been used for that purpose, yes.
I think the last thing that we discussed in the meeting pertaining to this is when we're talking about the ability to attend the school, talking about the ability to attend the school on a tuition-free basis, right? And so that's the condition. And so there's nothing necessarily stopping someone from continuing to attend the school. We are no longer restricted from charging tuition to someone if they don't establish that residency element. We kind of kick around, I think that kind of goes back to that whole notion of equity and how am I going to necessarily say that for one specific scenario, I'm going to waive the tuition requirement, but for other scenarios, I'm going to enforce the tuition requirement. And finding a balance between that. I think we're still, it's not like the answer is absolutely not. We're still open to recommendations and we're open to reviewing with council, but that was kind of what the policy committee discussed. And that's why we arrived on that at this point, bringing forward policy on the issue. But we didn't, in the interest of transparency, want to discuss it in this show.
Sure, I appreciate that. And it sounds, what I'm hearing as well is that, there are avenues and should the urgency bring it to the table again, that we can explore and continue to discuss. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else on your governance?
Let's move on to our favorite, Mr. Giles.
Yeah, I guess just getting clarity on, are we, is this next meeting that we intend to continue the discussion around a potential parent advisory, community advisory group? Is that next meeting? Is that how we've thought that through?
Yeah, we haven't discussed the timeline of the discussion. With respect to the request for the advisory group.
So I guess we simple majority.
I mean, I certainly vote to have the continued discussions or is it?
I was just bring it in. Check on the item or
Yeah. We've requested it as a future agenda.
so the question is what?
When do we have the discussion? And I would just certainly like to have it sooner than later. And I would like to see it on next board meeting's agenda.
Is everyone with that?
Clarifying, you're talking about a discussion in our next open board meeting between the members of the board regarding the proposal, the equity committee proposal. Yes. Okay. Got it.
I can be supportive of that, but I would just offer a little bit of flexibility to the board president with regard to that timing. I don't feel as strongly enough to the very next board meeting, but within the next 2 or 3, just to provide flexibility in case the calendars might look particularly heavy, wherever you can balance it in. That would be my suggestion.
Everyone's good with that then when we talk with Greg and just sort of see what's already on tap for the employee.
I also would add, this isn't a conversation we're having in a vacuum. This is the committee that's being proposed is something that would be staffed and serviced by the administration. So that I would certainly want the administration to weigh in, and if there's information that they want to provide for us, if there are background materials, if there are comparisons to other school districts and what other school districts do in this area, I would really welcome all that information ahead of time from the administration, so that can help to inform our conversation.
So make sure that I am following where we all are. So Tim, what you're saying, this is more than a simple discussion amongst the board. It requires some input and information from.
I don't think we're at that stage yet. I think we're still having the discussion at the board. I don't think that it's really moved on to the administrative feedback stage yet.
Like what I hear Tim saying is that in order to have a wholesome discussion, we're gonna need more information. That we're gonna need some input or information.
We may, and I really just open the door to the administration. If the administration thinks that there are things that would help inform our conversation, I would like the administration to provide those things. And I would like to know those things before we have a conversation in a vacuum with 7 laymen. I think that particularly I'm really curious about what other high schools in our region do, or our peer districts do in this area. If there are other districts that have this kind of a curriculum committee, how that functions, what the experience has been. To me, that's a valuable piece of information.
So I think just dialing it back though a second is that my understanding is that this isn't necessarily a curriculum committee. And I think that that's why we need to discuss it as a board before administration can give us meaningful guidance on in any way on how to proceed. I think that we have yet to really flesh out what exactly the committee would look like, and what and I think that whether or not board members are even going to be on the committee or not. I feel like we haven't even had that discussion. So I think before we can look at comparative models, we need to first decide what we're going after. Is it going to be something that's similar to, could it potentially be something like our CFC, our Community Finance Committee? could it be similar to that? That's a valid question. Because that's certainly aligned with one of our strategic plan priorities as well. So how do we, I think there's still the need to discuss it at the board level before we advance to the next stage and look at comparatives.
I'm a little confused then, because I thought that the agenda item request was specific to the petition that we received and the very specific ask that C is making of us for a committee that they've described and they have attributed characteristics to, membership and roles and responsibilities for that committee. So I thought that was the subject of our conversations. It sounds like you're suggesting kind of a broader conversation about committees in general, or just whether we should have another committee doing something?
No. So I don't view that, if I view there being suggestions from CE on who should be involved in it, that's all fine and good, but I really think that we still have to have the discussion about what that's going to look like, and what would be, from our perspective, the right way to put something like that together. So I mean, with all due respect, I'm not really sure it has much to do with what the specifics are, because looking at more broadly, it came to us as an ask about establishing a community-oriented accountability feedback mechanism that can help us learn in real time from members of our community. And I think us talking about what that would look like is really what's important, not really, necessarily having something that is prescribed to us. I think it's a conversation we can have about how can this potentially fit into the way that we currently structure committees in alignment with our strategic plan goals. I mean, I just feel like there's discussion.
I think it's fair. That's kind of part of that. I think it's fair for us to kick around the idea of what a committee like this looks like. And then if we are in agreement, we charge the administration with structuring and presenting to the board the formation of the committee.
That's one.
And I would step back even more. I think our discussion needs to be, do we even want a committee? I mean, honestly, before we start saying what it's gonna look like, what we're gonna do, the discussion, are we even aligned, if we even agree that that's what we need?
Right.
So that's where I see the conversation started from my perspective.
I'm where you're at, because I think that, some of the things that we need to talk about is, okay, how is curriculum created? How is it sustained? How is it evaluated, etc. And does that fit with the thought of this kind of some kind of advisory? I'm going to call it like an advisory committee, because I don't know what the parameters or the mission of the committee would be at this point. And I think that's kind of where our discussion would be.
Yeah. And again, I think that, I would encourage us to not focus on it being solely a curriculum advisory group. My understanding of the ask is that it's more of making sure that there is a parent-centric, so primarily parent-oriented voice that we're hearing to help inform the work we're doing. So I think that, again, this I think underscores the need to just discuss what exactly it is, but we should have that discussion.
You're so fun.
I'm curious what Glenn and Kathleen think.
I think for me, looking back to the petition that we received in September from C, there were a couple of items, right? There was a tutoring related item and this committee related item. But I think overall I interpreted that as a request to kind of take a serious look at some ways that we might use community expertise to further inform our monitoring role around that strategic goal. And I think it would be great to have a discussion about that and how we would do it. So I think I'm sort of in the same place as Audrey. and Jonathan, in terms of, you know, I think it's just a sort of an open-ended discussion to understand what are a couple of possible models, how would that be useful or not useful to us? So yeah, I think there's a lot of good conversation that we could have on that topic to help us move along our thinking about how we might leverage the community in that way.
I also view what we got in September, October as we heard some advocacy around issues of equity, and yes, there were some specific ideas, but it was a number of concepts and ideas. And I'm supportive just of talking at that level. And the one thing I'm strongly opposed to right now, though, is tasking the administration to do anything. I think we can have that conversation first, and that's it.
So we'll look at agendas and see when we can get this on, for a discussion about what the ask is. Any other future agenda items?
I guess while we're, you know, it has come up to me on a few different occasions, and also when Dr. Hester was talking about the light bulb moment and how beautiful thing that is for the future. I want to discuss how our teachers are using AI in grading, whether it's assistance in grading papers or I know that we've been focused a lot on how our students are using AI, but I think we should also have a discussion on best practices for instructors and you know, making sure that we are using technology today in an efficient manner, but we're not robbing education of that kind of that beautiful intimacy that you experience between, you know, instructor and pupil.
Anything else?
Mr. Clarity, was that an actual item that you're wanting on the agenda or on in the FAI list?
Well, right now, I guess I'll say it seems other people may be interested in it. I would like to, discuss how we instruct faculty to, instructors on using AI.
Okay, and then at this point, then, for our earlier conversation, then we just got to confirm with 4 people that also.
Yeah. What we do, it will go on our list, right? If you do an items, then we'll come back for a more full discussion to decide yay or nay. That's right.
I thought right now we already.
That's why I was about you about.
Oh, that's not what I thought.
See?
The process we've used for the last year plus is that it goes on our list, and Dr. Johnson brings like a 10 minutes a quarter. And then we go down the items on the list and we take a vote then as to whether we want it to be placed on the agenda.
Okay.
That's what I thought. That's why I'm thinking.
I would like to discuss best practices for teachers using AI to put it out.
Okay.
Good thing you and me are the 2 person team.
Read your work carefully. Anything else? Okay. Well, at this point, we are going to suspend all recess open meeting, open session, and go back into closed session. To finish our closed session on agenda items. Yes, second. Second. Thank you all.
Thank you to our students hanging tough.
It's a freshman. Our freshman always hang.
Go ahead.
Okay, we are now coming back into open session at 10:49 p.m. And I, Audrey Williams-Lee, move to adjourn the committee of the whole meeting at 10:49. May I have a second?
Second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting adjourned, just in time for us to go into our special meeting. Okay, so I call to order the special board meeting at 10:49 in the boardroom of Oak Park River Forest High School. Please call the roll.
Mr. Brand. Okay, there. Mr. Brandhorst.
Here.
Mr. Gertz.
Here.
Dr. Livingston.
Here.
Dr. Odell.
Here.
Mr. Brisbane.
Here.
Mr. Arkin.
Here.
And Ms. Williams-Lee.
Here. And do we have any public comments?
No.
All right, hearing none, I'll move to our action items. I move to approve the following action items. Approval of the personnel recommendations, including new hires, assignment changes, resignations, leaves of absences, retirements, and stipend position rescindment. May I have a second?
Second.
Right. Any discussion or questions? Please call the roll.
Mr. Gertz.
Yes.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Dr. Odell.
Yeah.
Mr. Brandhorst.
Yes.
And Ms. Williams-Lee.
Yes. Right. Second, approval of the following policies: 6.60 curriculum content, 6.300 graduation requirements. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion or questions?
So just clarifying, we didn't have an updated policy document here, but the recommendations are the recommendations for PLUS.
Yes,
That's what we're
and there was, and Dr. Johnson said, when we had a policy meeting, your concerns, that, that you were concerned this, it was really just moved to a separate section. So the thing was, I'm blanking off the top of my head, but it was like.
That was
everything.
I think it was fine. The character education piece is not a hill I'm gonna die on, but I'm gonna vote no because of the voting curriculum.
So.
No, this is that, and so it's moved to a different section.
I don't know if you saw, at the end of the week notes, Greg sent a pretty detailed explanation of each of the three.
Yeah.
And the character education was that there are two other references and two other policies to what the administration would consider to be character education today.
That's fine.
So, okay.
Yeah, I don't have any, it's the voting.
Okay.
That's fine.
What happened to the vote?
It's a requirement in middle school, no longer a requirement in high school.
So if you vote yes, then you're voting to strike that. The graduation requirement to pass a test on voting, and you're voting to strike the curricular requirement for voting education. Now, it's included, there's lots of arguments that we have a civics class, but we don't have any policy about the curriculum of the civics class. So while I 100% understand and believe and appreciate that our civics faculty cover that in civics, and it may even be state mandated, but I'm just gonna vote no because I don't know why we would want to strike that out of our stated articulated curricular requirements, but I think I don't think we have to talk about it anymore. I think my point is made.
Do you want to amend the motion?
But no, I think I already went through that last meeting.
Let's call the roll, please.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
Mr. Gertz.
Yes.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Dr. Odell.
No.
Mr. Brandhorst.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane.
No.
Ms. Williams-Lee.
Yes. Yes, the motion passes 5-2.
Mhm.
Number 3, approval of the resolution authorizing the honorable dismissal of full-time education support personnel, David Jacob. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any questions or discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Dr. Livingston.
Yes.
Mr. Brisbane.
Yes.
Mr. Gertz.
Yes.
Dr. Odell.
Yes.
Mr. Brandhorst.
Yes.
Mr. Arkin.
Yes.
And Ms. Williams-Lee.
Yes. And for approval of the settlement agreement and general release between Oak Park and River Forest High School District 200 and Halem Wang, former student, as presented. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion or questions?
I will agree to it because financially it makes sense for the district, but begrudgingly so.
I am begrudgingly with you, Josh. Please call the roll.
Mr. Brisbane,
Yes.
Dr. Odell,
Yes.
Mr. Arkin,
I begrudgingly, yes.
so BGY. Mr. Gertz,
Yes.
Dr. Livingston,
Yes.
Mr. Brandhurst.
Yes.
And Ms. Williams Lee.
Yes. And with that, I automatically move to adjourn the special meeting at 10:54 p.m. May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.
11.